Good morning. How is everybody? I was up all night. Gold was doing crazy shit. I have no idea what it means for FTDs. I'm bearish. I am bearish, but moderately bullish. Okay, that's cool. Is it bad that the weekly IV on top is dipping? Top bounced back pretty hard already from the low. It could be a bad thing, potentially. Although the price seems to have recovered quite strongly. Very close to that 250 test. Good morning, Pickleman. FSLR is yearning for my greenbacks. I didn't get a chance to look into that last night. But fortunately, it's not having a very good morning. It's down like 1% today. Maybe they don't like all the metals ripping in the middle of the night. And all right. Anyway, how was your weekend? Interesting. Kind of interesting. How you feeling about this week? I'm feeling pretty whalish. Um, I think it's gonna get off to a pretty boring fucking start, and then probably not do anything until the FOMC minutes come out. Are we popping to 53.30? Uh, that's really far away from 53.10 right now. Hmm. but we might test 25. I like 25. Yes, I do. Interesting. There shouldn't be any significant resistance here. Well, at least till we test 25. Calls building up at 53.30. A few of them. Push looks pretty concentrated. Resistance. TGen move confirmed. Let's see. This is the put wall at 20. If vol spikes here, we could slip back to 53.10 pretty fast. Let's see what's going on with everything. Fubo, top. GoEV is doing a little off to a little start. Beyond down. Upstart. Ooh, Apple's kind of ripping. Going for that 95 test, maybe. If Apple breaks 190, it's got a pretty clean path to 95. Tesla still looks like shit. Amazon looks like it's going to do nothing. AMD up 950. Jesus Christ. You gonna go long FSLR? Yeah, eventually. Good morning, NW. There's a Jimmy talk on yesterday. It was really informative. No problem, man. Is 2 plus 2 a thing on BNED after Friday's volume? Could be. Yeah, it could be. There's a shitload of volume on Friday. Just letting profits to pay for my new pellet grill. Thanks, fam. Nice, dude. So happy that everyone is here for the GME run is out. I'm sorry, but I can't stand the constant talk about the squeeze. Gherk, I believe over the weekend you mentioned Google Gamma Max was 180-ish. Is this a good place for sold calls? Yeah, it could be, actually. Let me see if anything's changed on that. But I believe it hasn't. Google does not have a long history of breaking Gamma Max. It's done it before, but it's pretty rare and generally doesn't last very long. Yeah, Gamma Max is at 180. So it could be a good opportunity to sell calls. Hmm. $42. That's actually pretty good. Hmm. We're supposed to sell 0 DTs on this for those. Mm-hmm. Interesting. All right. Can you look at cat resistances, please? Cat looks good. What's the next major resistance? Is at 360. 360 and 365 are the important ones. Have you sold CCs and BNED? I sold a bunch of shares on Friday. I haven't sold anything yet today. Yeah, copper's been running. Wilson has a new PT of 5400 on SPX. Greatest top signal ever. Nice. The yields on $1 cover calls is actually quite nice for July. Yeah, they're not bad. But I'd rather just sell the shares on a move this big, right? You always buy them back. I'm gonna wait and see what happens with it today, though. That was a lot of pressure on Friday. Might not be done. 5600 is being targeted by several funds. There's a bunch of banks that are targeting 5600 end of year. We're definitely in a bubble. Have you called your broker to get your 0.5 BNED shares yet? Got letter, that's what I gotta do. I haven't subscribed, if that's what you're asking. I have the offer. I just haven't bought any shares with it. Yeah, cat's ripping. Moody's gonna come in here with a baseball bat. um, not until we cut rates and that inflation goes up. Or we cut rates and continue our current pace of deficit spending with no budget in place, which is another option. Apple's pushing up still. What's Nvidia doing? Nvidia looks kind of weak. Are they selling the calls on top 250 for this week? They were last week. They sold a shitload of them. The volume was insane. Is the Iranian president dying something to keep an eye on? No, I don't think so. Did Gamma OI fill in or change from yesterday? Oh, let me paste that. A little bit, yeah. There's more options interest now to the upside of 5320. I'll put it in the Pickles picks. A little bit of a failure on that test, and that could bring us back to 5310. There's still quite a large number of puts at 5315. Also, Apple's failing its peak. Hmm. It's a little sketchy. So it looks like DFE is just gone again. It would appear that way. Yeah. You know, after his ET going home tweet, which seemed pretty obvious. That's on EPAM. I like it. I'm long it right now. Gap. Second test. 5320. Right. Still kind of grinding up a bit. Getting a little bit more call interest at 5330. Huh. That's odd. Pretty strong bounce after Friday's low. Like a bit of a pullback. And then if we do get a pullback, that's probably going to bounce again and move higher. Apple's getting high up at 191.5. Nvidia's still failing a little bit. Let's see what Microsoft is doing. Microsoft doesn't look so hot. Amazon. Google's getting hung up at Gamma Max. AMD almost got the 70 test today. Ooh, nice. QQQ is still pretty resilient. I wonder if they're going to get a handle on short vol here. Seems dangerous, but yeah, Cat's doing really well this morning. It's already up like 1%. $12 million volume today. Kind of spicy. I'm still chopping around. Interesting. Despite the push on SPX, it doesn't seem like it's gaining any ground really. Starting to get more sold calls above 53.25. And some of the in the money calls are taking profit at 310 and 305, which weakens our downside support if we fall back a little bit, not a ton, but do you think Jim Cramer can stop Caterpillar? If you think it's possible DFE was just watching the weekly log chart when it broke out with increasing volume that he knew, it didn't really break out on the weekly log chart. It's broken that fucking line like 50 times. Everyone just keeps resetting it every time it drops. And the highs are generally lower, right? So it keeps moving. It keeps changing the angle of the line to make it look like it's going to be another breakout. Oh, they didn't find any swap data that nobody hasn't been looking at for 2 years. I would like to thank the test of 355 on CAT this morning for the excellent weekly 360 entry. That contract is up 78% so far, and I needed your financial advice on where to put my hands. I was doubled out on my CAT position on the drop. Oh, yeah. Re I think FCX can break out, or this is the top. I have no idea. Looks kind of good. I mean, on a longer term time frame. Might find some sellers here, but it's moving. Yeah, copper's been moving really hard. Didn't Rick of Spades do something with the swap contracts? Ah, yes. You remember. Do you hate small oil? What do you mean? I mean, yes, but what do you mean? Like which small oil? Hmm. Spot up, fall up. I think I like this breakout. Hmm. Technically have a little bit more range to Friday's high. I feel like a lower high here is weird, right? Like we've got more open interest to the upside than we had on Friday. A lower failure is kind of bearish as fuck on ES. Am I taking big chances with this? I might be. I think they're still doing the share offering. Apple's carrying the entirety of the QQQ right now. Because Google and Microsoft aren't moving any higher. Meta still looks like shit. I guess Nvidia is bouncing back a bit. What's Netflix doing? Failed 25. Might want to short that. Hmm. Super Netflix game. Go Max is at 650. Still a couple bucks off of the Friday high. Or Thursday high. That's Thursday's high. This is bearish as fuck, but I know what it means. It means they're about to short the fuck out of vol. I mean, there's not a lot of vol to short. These guys at Jefferies have to love the GME. Easiest performance bonus you could get. Yeah. NVIDIA is helping QQQ also. Yeah, it is. But NVIDIA was failing before. Apple just seems to be grinding up nonstop. Relax. Everybody on gold has to take profit at 42.50. Are you going to overscribe the BNet offer? I mean, if given the option, I might not subscribe to it at all. If Superstock starts DRSing it or Ryan Cohen buys any of it, I'm out. An insider bought 2 million shares of Rig at 6. Earlier, it looks like it was the director of the company. I'm not sure, though. Interesting. That's a decent number of shares. Apple's 20% discount on iPhone 15s in China responsible for Apple's pump. No, the massive pile of calls at 190 is. Sell an entire BNet position for profit. Roll profit into the subscription. Sell once received for immediate gains. Interesting. Well, the subscription could get canceled. There's a bit of a possibly a hostile buyout attempt being affected. Brick B is not the same as Spy. It's way more exposed to defensive sectors. I think the last few years Burke's underperformed, but that's Spy has overperformed, so what would cause BNet's subscription to be canceled? Someone buys them out and cancels it. There's a ton of sold calls at $8. Still picking up a little bit. Trying to get some future sellers here. Also a lower high. Future's still like $2.50 off from Thursday's high. Pull back to the bottom of the trend would be like a test of 53.15 to 53.05. So choppy. Still a lot of sold calls coming in over 25. But a bit of a battle. 53.10s took a little bit more profit. And puts aren't really growing at the 15 strike. They're kind of just sitting there. So I think if this fails, it could be pretty big. Major indexes are kind of flattening out. Russell's not up much. Dollars holding 104.50. Yields are moving up pretty quickly. Subscriptions affect shorts different than share offerings and splits. No. God damn, motherfucker. This chop is unreal. DFV has forsaken us. That's a bit much. Just gonna sit up here for an hour. AMD's giving it all back. Yeah. Yeah. It's been doing that the last few days at market open. Just like selling off all its overnight gains. Which probably isn't bullish in the long run. Do you think MMV has more upside? I have no idea. Oh, gross. Let me rephrase that. No one has any idea. It's just like some shitty penny stock that popped off. AMD third rejection off 168. This morning, yeah. Although it does keep forming higher highs. It's just getting beat up by that call wall at 170. It's still early in the day. Maybe we could see 30 on what? GameStop? I don't think so, with IV falling. Looks like BNet's trying to come back up to test 40. I mean, there's no way it ran fucking 300% on Friday, and there's not going to be any spillover effect from that, right? There's a lot of delta getting added to the chain there. Huh. Alright. Tell me why this won't work. Sell my entire BNet position for profit. Roll profit into the subscription. Sell once received for immediate gains. You already asked me that. I answered you the first time you said it. Call to fidelity for BNet offering lasted 25 minutes. Just just got off the phone. Okay, nice. 100% people take notice of the buy-in and the big run on Friday. Yeah, yeah. There's definitely a lot more interest. There's 2 million shares in OI on the GME chain. Open still at close Friday. OPEX bump likely at all. It doesn't look good so far. 2 million shares in OI is not a lot. And there's way more OI than that on the chain, but 50 cents to the big deal put wall is 64 cents by June 4th. I don't know what you're talking about. If it breaks 50 cents, it's probably going to go to $1. There's a shitload of sold calls there. BNet actually getting a good deal of 50C volume on its small chain of only 4 expirations. It's already had a lot of 50-cent interest before this run. All that happened was delta on those strikes picked up even more. What's your bull case for EPAM? The sell-off was a bit extreme given the reduction in guidance wasn't that significant. Most of the mispricing on EPAM is attributable to the Ukraine war, but they've already moved a lot of their operations out of Kiev, or at least what they still had there. Is this finally gonna fucking fail? A little bit of sell side volume on EOS. Not a ton, but a bit. Momentum starting to turn a little more bearish. This is a fucking weird pump. I'm trying to stabilize this against. RSP's up 10 points. Dow's kind of coming back. Dollar and yields are still rising. Correlation on the 1 month is starting to turn around. 3-month correlation's flattening out. Oh, that's interesting. Skew picked back up again on Friday. So some tail risk hedging. Shorting the 20 call, huh? Or 20 put. Aggressively. Hmm. I wonder how close we'll get to the Friday high. 15. Oh, that's the wrong one. 15 minutes. 52.25.50. 56.24. Delta flips negative at 53.12. Which is still pretty far out of the money. Vol keeps turning back up, but I'm not sure it's having enough effect on put pricing to really make a difference. Friendly reminder for people hoping for a follow-up run on GME, you don't have to play it, you can just do nothing, and if it does happen to run, you can just short the top instead. Yeah, this is accurate. BNED October 5C has 69 delta despite being out of the money. Skew much? I mean, part of that's just Vega also, right? It's Vega and time to expiry. I wouldn't say it's skew that far dated. Like skew's probably not a big factor there. Trying to run a company off of a broadband home internet hub is annoying. H-Town is in shambles, but at least I have power again. Yeah, I saw that fucking storm that hit you guys. That was intense. I hope you, little Colonel, and the wife are all well. They kept showing like images of all the utility lines that were like bent and shit. There's not a lot of de-risking going on. It's like Vega exposure has been fairly flat for the last few days. They made it through SLD, right? With not a lot of drawdown, so theoretically and everything at this point should be fairly stable. Big week for AI. Big week for Nvidia, you mean? Adversity breeds strength. Hopefully Popcorn's deal falls through and he has to go back to his coal mine. You just want the market to crash poopy pants. What's my case for not shorting Netflix here? Holy fuck, this is boring. What are we even doing? What is this bullshit? We're just gonna grind up until we get a higher high. And then they'll give up. It seems like the entire purpose for this whole run. The fuck? When down, tell me. I'm thinking some point today, maybe. Or at least a small pullback. I like to see us retest like 53.17. We'd have a way easier time moving up too if we did, because some of the short calls would close off. Yes, they do. Is BNED likely to win an event in the world's strongest man competition? I don't think so. That sounds absurd. It does look like it's recovering pretty nicely today though. Okay, so Apple started to fail, but QQQ is still pushing up. Microsoft's falling off a little bit. Amazon, Google's falling off. AMD is getting a little bit of a recovery. So is Nvidia. Costco's. Fuck, everything's going down, but the indexes are going up. What is happening here? What is this, like finance? No. No, it's not. AVGO, Qualcomm, Micron's up 4%? On what? Hmm. Producer manufacturing is running really hard. AMAT, LRCX, CAT, Train, Johnson Controls is up 3%. Ingersoll Rand is up. Eaton. Interesting. Carrier. Are you gonna add more to CAT? I think I'm good right now. Charm's still pretty positive. And the only thing that's gonna rug this is just the stagnation, right? Or we get future sellers. We still haven't tested the high from Thursday. We're pretty close on that last bounce, but we're like $2 short still on ES. Either DVN and ZOM are worth DCAing into and putting on drip. I wouldn't buy fucking ZOM at this price. DVN's at an okay price, but they're more nat gas exposed. Stagnant price is a pullback. Let me buy the dip. I see clowns everywhere. I mean, I'm fine with the market going up. I'm in. We're probably going to grind up to some degree until we get more impactful data, which isn't coming for now, at least till Wednesday or Friday. Hey, bulls still have the same problem they had before, right? Either they buy the out of the money calls and they leave the downside exposed, or they buy the in the money calls and it's hard to push price up. They have to pick one. They even sold BNet shares on Friday, but still have the same amount of subscription rates. I sold shares Friday, but I didn't check my subscription rates. I don't think anything changed. Although you might be disqualified from this subscription if you don't have the shares when you go to complete it. Because it is 17 per shares per share owned. And I don't know what the cutoff date is. It may be 17 shares per share owned at the time of subscription. Otherwise, everybody would just be dumping their BNED, right? Now that they have the subscription. seems the opposite is happening. 4th of June. Oh, okay. Even if you have the same amount of sub rights, when you go to exercise them, it'll it looks like it'll still be based off of how many shares you own. That's usually how they do it. Yeah. Starting to get a little bit of a failure, but no momentum on it. If we push out above $6 on the 5320 call put, that might start to squeeze off this morning's massive short. Oh, we left a fucking upside gap at resistance. Lame. Let's see. Retest the trend. There's the gap filled. Well, this is the closest we've come to any kind of breakdown. It doesn't look promising. What a terrible day. I was really hoping we would open above 25 so we could just run. No, I don't want to have a BNED channel. It's already generated more questions than I ever wanted it to. What do you think of Kava? I actually bought it at its IPO to fuck with Gaff. It did really well, and then I sold it. I mean, I don't. It's like Chipotle, right? Mm. All right, Bulls bought the dip again. But did they buy enough to actually push it back up, or are we just gonna stall out here on the sold calls? Getting a little bit more bearish momentum on the longer time frames. It's starting to slip a little. But the sold calls at like 25 and 30 just aren't all that aggressive yet. And they may still try to just run it up to the high test. If they can get any kind of put capitulation, which they haven't, but if they can get any kind of uh serious put capitulation, they'll probably try to bounce it to like Thursday's high. And then if we lock in the high, like a new high for the week, we might see like an actual pullback. SMR squeezing up 14% on the day, way above short reporting price. Volume picked up heavy. Why is like our short squeeze invading the stream? I wouldn't really call SMR a meme stock. Failing this test is pretty good, by the way, for a continuation. I wonder if we'll ever see VIX 13 again in our lifetimes. I recently heard about Jamaican beef patties. They're amazing. Yeah, I've tried them. What's the review? I've not had one. They're delicious. But you have to get the handmade ones. The frozen ones suck and they're bland. Or make them yourself. Really? Top has high volume right now, not much price movement. Is that a bad sign for more apps? There's a shitload of sold calls at 250. It either breaks them or it doesn't. I don't really think the volume or price action really matter that much here. If it loses $2, that would be bad. But it's above the halfway mark, at least. It looks like it's still being pretty aggressively shorted. but they're not really gaining any ground. Hey, more sold calls. Nice. Keep doing that. Don't you capitulate, puts. Don't do it. Hmm. Groovy look good for a possible OPEX run this week. Right now? Actually, no. They've just been shorting the fuck out of it all day today. The vol's coming down pretty hard. Maybe I should pick up more leaps. Uh-oh. I think there's another wasp. Was the wasp bullish or bearish? I don't know. It's waspish. I mean, yes, that's technically accurate. Mm. 15 minutes. In those 15 minutes, we could get one more push for the high, right? And then we can just pull back to right fucking here. You could use your burrow drill tank to scout ahead. Like Thunderbirds? How dare I what? Do you have a winning record against wasps? I haven't been stung by one since I was like 12. What's your opinion on Chinese stocks in general? I think China still has a long way to go to recovery. Like, tentatively bullish, but over a very long time frame. Like, year and a half. I think the moves right now are a little aggressive. Premature. The fact that China's stockpiling metals is should be a giant red flag, but no one seems to be taking it that way. My parents were wasps. The only thing that stung was the icy rejection of my accomplishments. My Baba 2-year leaps are sad now. I mean, are you up on them? Vol down, price down. Huh. Yeah, but since you said that, yeah, China. Well, I mean, China stockpiling raw commodities from a political standpoint is like a big red flag, right? It means either they expect sanctions at some point soon, right? Which means they're gonna do something naughty, or they're worried that the tariff like economic war between China and the US is going to escalate. Which it already has been a bit, right? And their reaction to the latest round of tariffs on consumer goods might be more extreme. Holy shit, it's happening. Can we lose 20? They've got vol so low that even if we dropped to 5,000 right now, VIX would only go to 14. China is absolutely not going to be allowed to take the EV market by storm. That's what we're actively attempting to prevent. This market is pretty down. It really is. Like, this back and forth is ridiculous. I can't wait for another $3 before we move back up and test the high again, Dork. I mean, technically, we should get kind of a breakdown in like 5-10 minutes. 8 minutes in the next 8 minutes. I really hope this isn't the extent of it, because that would be depressing. SPX to 5,000, you say? I mean, SPX is kind of in a position where if we lose 52.65, 64. We're probably gonna go back to 5,000. There'll be like a failed breakout on the weekly, and that's really bearish. And there's a fat gap down there. There's two fat gaps. There's one on the weekly and one on the daily. And a lot of the positioning, like the short call positioning that was opened there, is still on the chain. So someone's still sitting underwater in those positions. If only there was a light and airy snack to carry us through this trepidation. You mean like a rice cake? Or are you talking about pirate's booty? Why is uranium ripping? All the other metals are. France lost control of some territory. New Caledonia. So nickel was ripping. And then that seems to just set off all the other metals as well. Not this week, unless NVIDIA earnings are garbage, which is unlikely. Even if NVIDIA earnings meet expectations, it doesn't mean NVIDIA has more room to go up. You know, NVIDIA's beat on like the last two earnings, and it really didn't do much to the price either time. Like last earnings, it just dropped really hard into earnings and then kind of like regained that level. And then it ran up a bit into the dividend, but by mid-April it had already given back most of that. And now we're just like at the prior high again. There's not like a lot more they can price into Nvidia. And then what was it like November earnings? It just traded flat for like 2 months. And those all beat. I mean, I guess it was a good thing I waited to short Netflix. But JFirst said Nvidia to 1,000. I mean, that's not out of the realm of possibility. Do you have Carvana Greeks? Yeah, I do. Ooh. That's kind of interesting. Um, Delta neutral's 96, gamma neutral 108, gamma max 130. Still supported. Vega neutral is now at 116, which is kind of interesting. Just below spot. Video's getting a bit of a bounce. This isn't being driven by QQQ much. Cat at 62. So 60 now supportive. It's a pretty good spot to be in. This breakout is not going the direction I wanted it to. Left a gap to the downside. Oh, that was 8 minutes. Weird. It's like no capitulation either. They just fucking pumped it. I wonder if I should be selling calls up here. Hmm. Did GM go to 20? On what? AI, but AI 2.0. Bullish. Crescent said SPX 6,000 by July. He said a lot of things this year that have been just wrong. Him and Tom Lee are having a tough go of it lately. Fuck me, SPX. It's doing a thing. We're going for that. We're going for Thursday's high. It needs to happen. call sellers are coming back in again. Maybe they'll be more aggressive this time. You're fucking boring. $53, $25, $49. I should put a fucking line there. So close. Lower high. My out of the money call position is not changing very much. My only regret is not buying more cat last week. Yeah, it's having a good day today. If anything more is going to happen with BNED, when did you expect to see it? I mean, outside of any kind of news event today or tomorrow, like probably like end of day today, maybe tomorrow. Volume's dying off a bit, which could either just be consolidation after Friday's breakout, or it could be more bearish. Although the consolidation still looks pretty bullish. Another leg up would be interesting. It's got some room to run. Just gonna sit there at my limit buy and not fill me. You piece of shit. Excellent. BNED CSPs. Oh god no. What, at 50 cents? Gross. I think it might be over leveraged on 0 DTs here. Eh. Ooh. 73. We got a new high for the day. Bulls are so close. Hmm. Did futures test? No. Still 3 ticks off the high on ES. It's not a very strong rejection though. I could still get up there and tap it. Give it a little tippy tap. I would prefer straight down though. Straight down sounds way better. Let's go fill that gap really fast. And then test 53.15. And then I can be done for the day. I don't know what you're seeing with BNED consolidation. It kind of just looks like sell-offs. If it was just sell-offs, it would be back to 20 cents. Ooh, interesting. Short calls are starting to get bigger than the long positioning. Charm's getting kind of negative. They're, well, moving towards negative. That could be fun. If premiums were a little bit higher, this would be going a lot faster. No, I haven't picked up an FSLR position yet. Ooh. Oh, fuck. This is the juice. Let's go. I don't want to wait out a Head and Shoulders. Whoa, GME dumping. If GME loses $20, it's going to go to 16. It's very close to losing $20. That's the last of the supportive gamma, and it looks like they're still doing the share offering. My 17cc safe? Did you sell them at 50? Because that would be awesome. So I'm trying to short the fucking 20 strike and just let it drop. Greedy fucks. Finally got just a tiny bit of momentum. Downside continuation. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. And if we fail 20 here, we're definitely going down. They're not aggressively shorting the 20, which I think means they expect to lose it. We're still pretty far from delta turning negative, which is at 17, so that they can, it's got a little bit of slack before the bulls have to do anything extreme to stabilize it. But the problem is that we actually have a little bit of momentum, so even if they try to halt the downside move, they may not be able to. Some knives are hard to catch. And you got to do that thing where you like try to move your feet out of the way really quick while standing on them. Gherkin unleashed all of my liquidity. Fantastic. That's what we needed. Didn't you get the memo? We're going to be range bound between 53.25 and 53.15 all day. Yeah, but if we test 53.15, I'll make $2,500, which is what I want. What I don't want is this a fucking bounce here again. I'm not checking shit right now. No offense. There's nothing to do with you. But if this breaks down, it's probably not going to last. You know, I have like fucking 3 different stops I need to move. Do we have another gap? No. Still not gonna get any fucking put capitulation here. Just gonna sell the fuck out of it. So greedy. I'm targeting 53.15 or lower. I don't know, we're losing in the money calls, so I mean potentially we could go lower, but we would have to, like, Delta would have to fall negative, and I don't think the bulls are gonna let that happen. So I would say like 17 or 16. If we do slip into like negative Delta, it probably won't last long. Really, I just want the 52, like the 50 or the 53.20 to squeeze off, right? Which it's very close to doing. Ooh, there's a little bit. That's short put capitulation. Nice. Thanks for the pizza money, Gherkin. No problem, man. Nothing like over leveraging $5 moves on the SPX. Well, the momentum's fucking borked now anyway, so it's, yeah, less exciting for the downside, I think. But shockingly persistent. I mean, the call sellers aren't really giving up here. They're just selling more calls. Just rip off the band-aid. Come on, Kenny, you know you want to buy all these puts back for fucking nothing. Sell them back. Sell them back at $9. That'd be perfect. GME is so going to 50 cents. When do you think is a good time to buy GME? After vol crushes out. Lower lows tend to be pretty advantageous. Stop. Don't say when. How long do you think this consolidation period on SPX will last before another breakout? Talk about the daily, maybe weekly chart, not the 1 minute. I mean the weekly is still set up in a bullish, like it has a bullish bias, but the failure at the end of last week, maybe more importantly, the failure to regain a new high today is quite bearish. If we don't make a new high this week, that's really bad. That's like a failed breakout. And we still could, right? We have FOMC minutes, we have Nvidia earnings, so there's plenty of opportunity for us to rocket up to 53.50, but this isn't good. Like We came in 17 cents short of Thursday's high. And are failing pretty convincingly ever since, right? Oh, this is what I paid for, Dork. I'm gonna get my money's worth. 3. If we break 15, do we just test 5,300? Huh. Those futures sellers are gonna take some profits. 53, 33.75. And if they do, we're gonna test the trend at like 53.12. Interesting. Vol's still picking up. I'd like to see VIX at 1250. A little bit of delta. Hmm. Is that the breakdown? I hope it's not the entirety of it. Momentum on the longer time frame still looks bearish, so I think it can continue to bleed. But that was definitely a push to try to stabilize the short puts at 20. It might not work. Or they'll just get a better exit and they'll rip the band-aid off. We'll see. You can't post charts here. Can you take a look at Mara? Yeah. What about it? Looks like a decent setup for a break of 30 or 30. Maybe 30. It's gonna be heavily dependent on Bitcoin price though. Jesus Christ. What the fuck was that? There's some sort of large. It's not a wasp. It's just some sort of other large flying insect. Why do you live in Australia? I don't. Alright. Is 5320 failing? Let's see how this bounce does. Hmm. That level seems more important. Yeah, ES volume on this bounce is still pretty low. Jesus. A little bit of support out on the 5-minute momentum's reversing. It's hard to tell because volume's staying pretty constant at the 20 and 25 strikes. But I think they're trying to get out of the short puts they sold earlier. And if they are, that's pretty bearish. I mean, there's definitely profit taking on the in the money calls. We're still not picking up a lot of puts at 53.15, but 53.10 and 5300, 5305 and 5310 calls have sold off quite a bit. So if they're taking profit on the in the money calls, they're probably going to take profit on the out of the money puts. Although it does seem obvious not everyone's in agreement on that, but you think Cat has another leg up? The next major level is 65. And yeah, it looks like it's gonna test that. It's already up 2% today. Breakout at 65 could be test to 75, maybe even 80. Fucking losers and their profits. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on GMA. No problem. You said yesterday you might consider doing a call credit spread on Apple if it got near 195. Are you still thinking about that? It's not really near 195 yet. But yeah, I would if it tests it. Ooh, EPAM's running today. Should pick up another one of these. They're kind of fucking cheap right now. We get another Express. 165. The fucking yields are going back up again. Neckline would be 17 or 5310. That seems extreme. Did Tub get shat on? Yeah, it looks like it did. Failed $2. Gross. Still not a mean reversion to Friday's open though. So the $1.50 strike's still in the money. Hmm. I don't know how bearish that pullback on top actually is. They've been shorting it all day. This is what they've accomplished. But if they don't get back to Friday's close before the end of today, there's probably going to be some hedging requirements going into tomorrow. Top moved really hard on Friday. Squeeze. I feel like I've been in these calls or these puts my entire life. Sold. Hims is failing 20. It looks like it could be the end of a 35% run up this morning. I'm gonna buy some puts and see what's going on with it. Maybe make some cash. What's with you guys and chasing like 30% movers? So you're gonna short a bullish breakout on a like 2-year inverse Head and Shoulders? You still have them? Yeah, I wasn't gonna not get money. Hmm. Dole just had an 875,000 buy. Nice. Salty shawarma getting in there. Momentum looking decent again? Absolutely not. Would you be able to tell if a share offering is being done while it's being done? Maybe. It's interpretive, but yes. The next key level below 20 on GME is 16. Honestly, I'm okay with modern day cults. Super Stonk is massively preferable to the Branch Davidians. You still buying it if it touches 12? What, GameStop? No? Well, maybe like 9. I don't know. We'll see. Don't fucking bounce here. Stop being a piece of shit. Just go down. No, we don't need a tiny double bottom bounce. Fuck off. Ooh. Some put buying. No, I guess it's just still buy to close, but quite a bit of it. They really are getting out of the 5220 or 5320 pits. Slow, but they're getting out of them. That's moderately bearish. No, they don't care about dropping GME fast anymore. It's over that gamma hump. So they're not going to like spike Vana on a drop. Not from here. We're past the grindy part. God damn it. Oh my god. Bull trap. This stupid day. I better get a chance to sell these fucking things for $9 or I'm gonna be pissed off. I really don't like that we left a gap there on resistance. The problem seems to be that there's no price at which the bulls are not willing to sell the 5220 put. Horses are just the seahorses of land. Yeah. Be honest with me, Nvidia won't see 1K ever, will it? It definitely could. Gmae is offering more shares to pay us, right? It's to pay us. Yeah. 5.45% a year forever. Same like money market, except with massive losses. High risk money market. That beats the market, right? Well, if the trajectory of the company itself wasn't constantly down, then it would. It's like a treasuries ETF with a management fee to run brick and mortar locations. No, Jimmy's not doing dividends. Yeah, it's like a money market, but they keep all the money. I really want to lose 5317 here. That would be awesome. That would be the best part of today. Lower low. Oh, let's fucking go. This is the good stuff. Let's get into those dirty pits at 43.15. No bounce. Stop bouncing. 53.15. Whatever. Same thing. Is that like the next block that would squeeze off? Yeah. So we're starting to hit the risk from the puts earlier in the day. Give me a sec. Hmm. Ah, lame. All right, let's go fill the gap. How much was that? All of that for a fucking dollar a contract? Mm. Oops. Hmm. Did I have an appointment today? Hmm. I'll have to check something in a minute. Kirk, it's your parole officer. Where the fuck are you? Just stocks usually go up when the board announces they finish the offering. Not always. Today's the 20th. I think I might actually have an appointment this afternoon. Alright. I might have to walk away from the stream early today. Yeah, and don't be late this time. It's not that I'm bored and I want to leave early. I'm not bored at all. I find this $5 price action riveting. No, I have an appointment at 2 that I fucking totally forgot about. Why did I schedule it for that time? Oh, because I didn't schedule it. No, son of a bitch. I'll reschedule it for you if you give me some puts. You gotta check the Craigslist, man. Walk away like no more streaming? Well, I don't know if I'll... It's about 20 minutes away. I might be back before market close. Like, not power hour, but close to it. Yeah, I'll leave the stream up. That shouldn't be a problem. I'll try to give you guys whatever data I have for the rest of the day before I go. But I guess I'll take off in about 28 minutes. Let's see where this bounce takes us, because I mean it's looking a lot like we're gonna chop between 53.15 and 53.25 all day, and then end of day might have some breakout potential. Use the big vol short to try to save the day. We came so close to getting a breakdown. That would have been epic. At least I don't feel bad about my puts getting stopped out at $1 profit. Any important levels to watch out for Jimmy this week? You mentioned 16 and 20. Yep, those are the important ones. 25 to the upside. Not that, not, well, 25 would be kind of important. 30 would be very important on an upside move, but we're so far from it. You should just Facebook live stream on the way during and your galloping trip back. Problem solved. I don't have Facebook. Any reasonable chance GME breaks above 20? Yeah, sure. It could. Probably get some like short call capitulation from calls being sold at 20. And that can pull us back up into the resistance. But Ivy's still crushing, and that's really not a good thing. If it broke above 20, how high can it run again? It needs a lot of volume, but I don't know, 2250, 25. I wouldn't expect too much out of it. It looks like the share offering's still ongoing. We might get, yeah. It's tough to say. Like, below 20 here is technically a failure, right? Like, we should have a higher probability of seeing the downside of 16 before we see the upside of 25. But we might be able to like retest 2250. It's hard to say what's going to happen with the extra liquidity from the offering, right? I sold my GME position this morning. I feel like a huge weight is lifted off my shoulders. Time to focus on actually fundamentally strong companies. Nice. It's not a reshoeing appointment. How do you remember your cousin's birthdays without Facebook? I don't. Sometimes they tell me it's their birthday, and I'm like, that's cool. Is Fubo gonna keep chopping around VWAP until Ryan Reynolds stops releasing horrible movies? No. NQ breaking out or trying to. Yep. BNet's still primed for a Boeing this afternoon. It's holding up. Let me see. Volume's still pretty high. I'm not sure I would want it to lose 30. Losing 30 could suck. Well, I guess actually 29.70. Ooh. That's a pretty hard rejection. Or the dip buyers. $6.30. Hmm. GoEV is green on the day. Oh, that's nice. That's despite quite a lot of shorting that's going on it as well, which is interesting. Does the upstart movement today look significant? I think upstart's like pretty much done. It doesn't. I wouldn't say that the little bounce here off 25 is very significant. Might just lead to more like short calls coming in. If it broke 27.50, maybe, but it's still a ways off from there. Failed breakout. Oh, wait. That's not updated. Oh, alright. 25:30 end of day. I gotta take off here in a minute, but highest concentration of gamma is still 20, 25, 30. And it falls off after 30. So support here, and at 15 there's puts. So this is supportive. Break at 25 could lead to a test of 30 or 35, but this probably won't happen until end of day if calls start to pull back. Like short calls start to pull back into the end of the day. I am going to open up. Couple of these. And hold those into close. All right. Will Popcorn Trader be leading the stream in your absence? I don't think so. As far as momentum goes, bullish momentum's actually starting to fall off on the longer time frames. And if we retest 25 and fail it again, there may not be a lot of downside support left at that point. However, the slightly shorter time frames still look pretty bullish. So if we break 25, we get a continuation out to 30, 35 by end of day. 92% today on cat. Nice, man. Well done. I'm gonna pick up 2 of those. Oh. Son of a bitch. Oh, because I sold that. Yeah, alright. Yeah, that looks good. Is there anything else before I go? Let's see. Oh yeah, Delta is negative at 53 53.18 and rising. And then breakout at 53.25. 53.18 rising. Pretty slow. Let's see, we've gone 53.12 to 18 over 3 hours. So rising maybe 53.22 by end of day. And then downside support at 53.10. Uh, 53.17 and 53.10. Upside resistance at 53.25, 53.35. All right. That should be it. Cool. Oh, here, I'll leave you guys with the last gamma print too. I'll put it over here. That's disgusting to look at. Hold on. I'm not leaving that there. There you go. Can we see the Beyond tips? I don't think Beyond's tips matter. I'll show you the TA on it. But the tips are probably irrelevant on Beyond. There's like not a lot of ETF ownership there. There was some covering on Friday. There's still a little bit of covering going on, but not a lot. But it did find support. And if it can hold, again, if it can hold that level into tomorrow, there can be more runoff. Are you going to play Netflix this week? Eventually. I'm kind of waiting to see what it does here. Oh man, I really want to short that. I don't know why it's breaking out so hard today, but I do kind of want to short it here. I think I'll just wait. I'm not in a rush. I can always catch it on the way down. There's plenty of room to confirm, so. Where's the fort going to warrant this holding down? The fuck? What are you talking about? Nah, that's alright, Tankerific.
You keep filling that port back up. Because it's saying try and short me, Gherk, I got ratio on you shorting me. Did everybody forget how to speak? Alright. Hopefully I'll be back before market close. I'll see you guys in a bit. Later. So we lost the 53.15 support. Delta's holding negative, kind of turning around here into end of day. There's 18 minutes left. How you guys doing? Well, that sucks. They didn't get 25 or hold it. There's still interest up at 20 and 25, and quite a lot of support at 53.10, 53.05. So it looks like Bulls did a good job catching the knife, but they haven't really turned around the price action. Might still be pretty hard for them to get this back over 53.15, but if they do, they could push it as high as 25. Yeah, appointment went fine, I guess. Oh. The fuck is that? Jesus Christ, it's a lot of vol shorting. Shorting hasn't helped them much. Well, you gotta be careful that they're not just stacking 53.15 puts with the intention to push them out of money into the end of the day, which is a very real possibility. Oh, VinFast is moving again? That went fucking crazy last time. Yeah, it could. Why not? Does it have options on it? Volume's not too exceptional. It does. Not even that expensive. That's actually kind of a fun YOLO. Maybe I'll do something with it. So the gap of 5309.53. Hmm. Interestingly, this whole day is kind of bearish on the longer term time frame. This is not looking good. It's not quick to break down, but it doesn't look good. Did I miss a bigger drop earlier while I was gone? Oh yeah, we tested 5302. Shit. GME back to 80 fast. Maybe. That was a decent sized buy. Mester said some bearish shit. What? Bowman, Bowman, Bowman. Um, Bostic said pricing power is weak, risks are balanced. We still got a ways to go on inflation. Labor market's weak but not soft. Policy, he says the policy stance is restrictive. Barr said the Fed will need to allow tight policy to have further time to continue to do its work. Quarter one inflation was disappointing. It did not provide the confidence needed to ease policy. Waller didn't comment. Jefferson said economy growing at a solid pace. Labor market solid. Policy rate is restrictive, which it's fucking not. I wish they'd stop saying that. Bid to cover 289. 298. Ooh, the 6-month bid to cover wasn't very good. Daily said, I expect improvement in shelter inflation, just not rapidly. Jimmy looks like it's got some short calls closing on it. Maybe in size. That's an interesting bounce. Do I carry exposure overnight? Not at that fucking price, I don't. Timing's interesting. 5 million Jimmy 621 calls just placed. Oh, it looks like the delta hedging's getting falling off. 2250's resistance here to the upside. Yeah, it's more than 5 million in calls. Ooh. It's a lot more than 5 million in calls. $22.50 is kind of interesting. Still needs to break 25. If it broke 25 by the end of the day, that'd be kind of bullish, though. Is IWM moving? That's awfully correlated for something that's not in this index. Although I guess you got a little bit of that across all of them. You buying calls? I'll carry a few overnight for fun. It's whatever. I wonder if that's enough momentum to turn things around. Oh shit, I still have this on the screen. There we go. I mean, I expected a bounce on GME, but it's a question of how much of a bounce we get, right? There's definitely a range which is still very bearish. And if it breaks that, then it becomes slightly more bullish. But it really needs to get back above 30 to do anything crazy. Not that a move from, 20 to 30 or 20 to 25 isn't decent. It is. It's just, it's not going to like rocket unless it can get back over the majority of the sold call interest and start pressuring that Vega again. Although moves like that, rapid moves like that, are beneficial for increasing that Vega exposure. Or well, increasing the amount of delta required to hedge that Vega exposure. It did spike IV a little bit, not as much as it needs. We'll see 12 on Jimmy tomorrow. It's possible. Yeah. I mean, well, on this side of the gamma, like above 22, 20's pretty supportive again, right? Because we've got that hump of gamma, right? And it's like 20, 25, and that's still very much there. And this is like 16, right? And then you get another hump down there, which we can ignore for now. But like gamma max is like right here. Well, it's really on the trailing edge of that, so it's like this. And that's at like 2250, which we just crossed. Right, and so you start to get above that, and it's easier for the price to move to 25. The hard part is moving back from 25 over 30, right? And this is really where like Vega starts to pick up, right? If this is your Vega. And so this is where that IV pressure and like delta hedge on the Vega exposure really start to increase, is beyond 25. And then beyond 30, you know, Vega just keeps increasing exponentially out, right? So it keeps becoming more and more delta demand as IV continues to rise. So the question for any bounce is, can it accomplish a move big enough to get where it needs to be on the chain in order to pressure that positioning again? What do you think is a fair valuation for GME these days? There's a lot of things to take into account. If you're just going to go straight off of like book value, you know, the liquidation value of the business, which is worthless, plus their cash on hand, which would probably give you a market cap at like what, 2.6, 2.7 billion. I think that's more than fair. But if you start to factor in the things like, you know, what they do with their cash, the lack of growth, and persistent failures of the business to generate higher revenues over 3 years, I would say that it should probably trade at a discount to its valuation. Yeah, Funkos are worthless. Ding ding. Well, that was interesting. Didn't quite turn the tips around on GME there with that pop, but almost. A little bit of a bounce, and back over gamma max into close. And remember, closing above gamma max is pretty rare for GME, so that could be a bullish signal, and this might be like the dead cat bounce, right? Something like that. Definitely possible. Remember, there's more options open on the chain now, so if vol gets out of hand, it'll have to get way more out of hand than it did the first time around, which it could, given that it would be less of a surprise this time. But I mean, don't count on it getting like a higher high or anything. Definitely an interesting end of day though, and if that is the culmination of the, if that is due to the culmination of the share offering, it could be bullish. Like I said, if they need to use that liquidity to pad their exposures, you know, that could be a good thing. Hear me out. NFTs. Oh, Jesus Christ. TRS them. Gross. Upstart had a little bounce earlier today, failed into the end of day. Fubo's still finding plenty of buyers in the 130 to 120 range, despite being shorted. Stable as fuck. I gotta give it that. Tup got a little bounce, but stayed below 2 into close, which I was hoping it wouldn't do, but still higher day over day, right? So some T+2 exposure there tomorrow. Might get something off of that, although it's looking moderately liquid. Beyond's not doing anything interesting, at least for the time being. GoEV looks boring still. BNED did not hold 2967, which I don't like. Yeah, it closed at 2898. Not the most ideal bottom, but it did bounce. So, you know, if our support is here, we may get more consolidation on it, but tomorrow's T+2 for that as well. Yeah, that's about it for the memes. But maybe some exciting stuff there on GME. RSP down on the day. IWM didn't perform that well either, at least not compared to NQ. Mostly tech driving the upside move in the market today, with everything else pretty much failing. ES closed up 11 points, but pretty much fucking flat on the day, right? Nine points up. It's not very impressive move given the positioning, and another failure here at the top today and a lower high may mean that we see a continuation tomorrow and Wednesday to the downside. So far right on track with my projection from yesterday. I wish it were easier to make money off of, but ES failing the 53.33.75 level into close, putting us back into the neutral range, but not a confirmed failure from this upside test. We still need to really see a drop back below 53.23, and ideally a move back to the trend or this lower trend at 5,300 to really confirm that this is a double top. I would like to see a break of 5,300. But definitely one step closer. Just very well supported, unfortunately. Not bullish, but just really well supported. Commodities just ripped today for their second gap up in a row, up 120 BPS on the day. This is the Bloomberg Commodity Index futures. That's a big move, big breakout. Starting to move back to like August, September 23 highs, where, you know, price action was ultimately defeated at that 108 level a couple times in Feb of 23 and April of 23. But a breakout higher than that could be very compelling for a larger commodities cycle, which is bad for risk assets. So keep an eye on that. Yields turning back up after hitting their low last week on Thursday seems to be dragging the dollar up with it just a bit. I'd like to see the dollar get back above that 105 level, but if yields keep cranking up higher like this, they've probably got a pretty good shot. I know we have like a little bit of international data this week. It's all broken up, and some of it's just really not that important, but I think tonight we have the FDI out of China, which might have some impact. Direct foreign investment in China has been dropping precipitously. I highly doubt we're going to see a tick up there, but we might. Oh wait, no, that's tomorrow night. Sorry. Wait, that's tomorrow night. We have a Bostic speech at 7 p.m. He's probably not going to say anything different than he said earlier today. My bad. German PPI at 2 a.m. which is expected to continue to rise. They're in a deflationary environment on their producer pricing side. And it's projected to be rising a little bit faster. That's actually good for Germany. Probably not great for the euro. Definitely bad for the euro if we see even more deflation there. Then we have EU current account. That doesn't matter. Oh, EU balance of trade could be kind of important for the euro dollar pair. There's a 20-year gilt auction. That might have some effect on the sterling. 5-year German bond auction. We have Red Book in the morning. And then a bunch of Fed speakers. 4 Fed speakers before market open. 43-day bill auction tomorrow, so that's not a very big deal. And tomorrow night we have Japanese balance of trade, exports, machinery orders, and a 40-year JGB auction, and then the Chinese FDI, which is possibly important. So tomorrow night's going to be crazy for FX markets. The FDI, and then you have Great British inflation at 2 a.m. Then British PPI. Lagarde is speaking. 5-year gilt auction, 10-year bond. Then a 3 and 6 month EU auctions. So all of everything in EU and Britain is pointing to rate cuts sooner rather than later, and that divergence is going to be strong for the dollar. So yeah, there's definitely some things here that can move the dollar over the next couple of days. It'll be pretty interesting, especially given that it's already kind of close to pressuring 105 again. And that might see the yen. Tomorrow night's data might see the yen or USD JPY move up to like the 157, 158 range on the back of that inflation report, especially if inflation isn't meeting the projections from the BOJ, which were already higher than the current estimates. Core 1 month started to turn around a little bit today, although the move isn't very dramatic and could just be, some profit taking on shorter dated short vol positioning. But the core 3 month has also flatlined, and the combination of them in tandem might point to a little bit of a breakdown in the dispersion into the middle of this week, and we may just see some risk off going into the FOMC minutes. So, and all that international data, because that kind of stuff can tighten financial conditions again, and if they're over leveraged on margin going into that, it would be really bearish. And it would put a lot of pressure on those positions. So a little bit of risk off going into that, probably not unusual. I don't think this is deeply bearish or anything. It's just, I think some risk off ahead of the more impactful data into the back half of the week. We're seeing the USD JPY trade get levered up again, starting to get back near like May 14 highs. Pretty strong reversal in the amount of leverage there, and in turn, we're seeing the inversion in the yield curve tighten, and we're seeing a little bit of an uptick in the forward yield on volatility. Skew actually ticked up on Friday, which is interesting. So, I mean, some people were carrying some tail risk hedge into the weekend, especially given how bullish last week was. That's pretty surprising. So there's still some fears that this run is unfounded. 75.14% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average, and a little bit of an uptick in positive correlation to start this week off after last week's massive vol shorting that brought us to a negative 44.63% correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures. This week we're starting off at around negative 36.27. That'll change over the course of the week, but something interesting to keep an eye on. Also, on another note, Fed funds priced out pretty much everything that they priced in on last week's inflation report. And we're back to pricing in 31 and a half points of rate cuts in 2024, which still means that they're pricing like an 84 or 85% chance of a cut out in September. I think that's largely bullshit. And if the Fed does that, it's going to lead to a far worse scenario than if they just leave rates right where they are. But fund futures kind of disagreeing with that narrative. That the Fed is going to cut rates sooner rather than later, at least a little bit. Which commodities are lagging that you would expect to rise? I mean, it really depends on what is driving the demand, right? There's a few things, right? It can be China's stockpiling commodities, which means they're likely to make an adversarial geopolitical move or a move on foreign trade due to the U.S. tariffs restricting the flow of their consumer goods into the U.S., right? And if that's the case, they're either going to, their stockpiling of commodities is either to lower their dependence on the dollar in the future, or hedge their economy against a rapidly rising dollar in the future, or because they are going to commit some sort of act that would open them up to sanctions, and they're trying to ensure the stability of their economy through a period of those sanctions, and so it could be a number of reasons, but also on the other side of that, you have France dealing with civil unrest in New Caledonia, and that's been driving nickel demand, and a lot of that nickel demand can bleed over into the rest of COMEX and drive metals. So we've got to wait for the New Caledonia thing to kind of settle out, and then see if the demand for precious metals is persisting, and if it is, it could speak to something broader. But right now, I would say it's uncertain, right? There's also a lot of currency risk right now. If the Fed were to cut rates, the dollar would drop tremendously, and everyone's super overexposed to the dollar. And that's why all these central banks over the last few months have been picking up gold. Sounds like something for Pickles Picks. Don't suggest to me what to put in Pickles Picks. I'm already exposed to all the commodities that I want exposure to. If you're not, that's just because you didn't listen to me when I said I was buying them. I fucking told you guys. How long ago did I buy HBM? Like 2 years? It's not my fault you're a paper-handed bitch. You also say don't ghost your plays. I mean, but you could do research. Like, I'm going long copper. Why am I going long copper? And then you could look into the copper sector and look for copper plays that you like. That's not ghosting me. That's just looking at what I'm doing and then developing a strategy of your own. You weren't in the village yesterday, were you? I was. Walking with some hot model looking chick. Anyway, I'm not smart, Gherk. You overestimate us. I don't think that was overestimating anything. You're either serious about this or you're not. You want to make money? My research for VFS ended when you said YOLO. In fact, it might have been the only thing you said. That was also the extent of my research on it. It's just I know it's got a low float and a lot of its float is locked up. So if it spins up some volume, it can run really hard. So I bought some way the fuck out of the money weeklies, and if they print, cool. I can't join the Discord. It says invite invalid. Do I have to be a member to join? No, you may have to authenticate your phone, or I've banned you in the past, or one of the mods has banned you, or the bot has banned you. How to reach out to me about that? You could DM me on Reddit if that's the case, but it's probably just your two-factor authentication on the phone. And if you have two Discord accounts, you can't use the same phone number for both, and you'd have to contact Discord customer support to get that resolved. BTU is just gonna trade between 22 and 23. I fucking hope so. I think New Caledonia is one of the world's largest nickel mines. I want to sell more BTU CSV. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Sorry about the unexpected absence I had to take there. But I'll have Pickles picks out tonight, and I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Thanks, guys. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have